Good evening, my dear students. So, in today's class, we are going to study about the human reproduction. So, already we have started this chapter. So, first part we have already studied in the last class. So, today we are continuing this human reproduction chapter. Okay. Yes, I hope all are ready with your notebook and pen. So, once again, I want to repeat that. So, please keep one notebook and pen with you, and when I repeat the questions or CET points, need points, when I repeat the important points, you can note down that points. Okay. So it will be helpful for your competitive exams as well as your board exams. Okay. So let us start with the first topic, that is the gametogenesis. So this is the uh, today's first topic. In the last class, already we have studied about the male reproductive system and the female reproductive system, and we have solved some MCQ questions on that topic also. So today I'm going to start with the topic with the gametogenesis. Okay. So what you mean by gametogenesis? Gametogenesis. So here, gametogenesis means it is the process of formation of gametes from the diploid germ cells. From the diploid cells. Diploid means that is 2n in condition, right? So, which are having the 2n ploidy. So, from the diploid cells, haploid gametes are produced. So, that is called as the gametogenesis. In the gametogenesis, mainly, so males they produce the sperms, males produce the sperms, and females they produce the ovum, right? So, sperm is the male gamete and ovum is the female gamete. So this sperm is produced inside the testes and ovum that is produced by the ovary, that is, both are the primary sex organs, right? So already this we have studied in the last class. So here what is gametogenesis, that is important, and the ploidy of the sperm and ovum. So just remember that that is also haploid in condition. The gametes are always haploid. Okay. Then let us start with the first one, that is the formation of the sperm. The process of formation of the sperm, that is known as the spermatogenesis. So today we are going to study about the spermatogenesis. That is nothing but the process of formation of the sperms from the male germ cells. Okay. And one more is oogenesis. In female, the production of the ovum, the process of production of the ovum, that is called as a oogenesis. So, in today's class, we are going to study this spermatogenesis and oogenesis in detail. Okay. So, let us start with the spermatogenesis. What is spermatogenesis? Just write down your answer in the comment box. What is spermatogenesis? What is spermatogenesis? Yes, that is the process of formation of the haploid male gamete, that is sperm, in the seminiferous tubules of the testes called spermatogenesis. This is the definition of the spermatogenesis. What is spermatogenesis? You should write the answer like this for the 1 mark question. Okay. 1 mark or 2 mark question. Here, this spermatogenesis process, so that takes place inside the seminiferous tubules that already we have studied in the last class. So, inside the seminiferous tubules, there are spermatogonial cells, right? There are spermatogonial cells. So, here, these are the spermatogonium, right? So, this spermatogonium, they are haploid or diploid? Spermatogonium cells are haploid or diploid? What is the ploidy of the spermatogonium cells? Yes. The ploidy of the spermatogonium, that is diploid, right? So these diploid spermatogonium cells, they will undergo the mitotic division. Mitotic division means to increase their number, right? So these spermatogonium cells, they will undergo the mitotic division, they increase their number, and these spermatogonium cells, they will undergo maturity and form the primary spermatocytes. They forms the primary spermatocytes. Here also you can observe primary spermatocytes. And these primary spermatocytes, they will undergo which division? These primary spermatocytes, they will undergo again the meiotic division and form the sperms. So this process in detail we are studying in this topic. Okay. Here these primary spermatocytes, they will undergo meiotic division and form the secondary spermatocytes, then form the spermatids and sperm. Okay. So here in the first step ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗತ್ತೆ ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ? Here in the spermatogenesis, we can observe the three important steps. First step is multiplication phase, second one is growth phase, and third one is the maturation phase. Okay. In the multiplication phase ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗತ್ತೆ? So ನೋಡಿ, ಈ ಸ್ಕಿಮ್ಯಾಟಿಕ್ ರಿಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಸೊ ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಸ್ಕಿಮ್ಯಾಟಿಕ್ ರಿಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಸ್ಪರ್ಮ್ಯಾಟೋಜೆನೆಸಿಸ್. ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ಇದನ್ನ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಅಂಡ್ ದಿಸ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲನೇಷನ್ ಅನ್ನು ಕೂಡ 5 ಮಾರ್ಕ್ಸ್ಗೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಬೋತ್ ಆರ್ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ಯುವರ್ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ, ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಟೆಪ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಲ್ಟಿಪ್ಲಿಕೇಶನ್ ಫೇಸ್ ಅಂತ ಇದೆ. ಮಲ್ಟಿಪ್ಲಿಕೇಶನ್ ಫೇಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗತ್ತೆ? Spermatogonia undergoes repeated mitotic division and forms large number of diploid spermatogonia. ಈ spermatogonia cells ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ, seminiferous tubules ಅಲ್ಲಿ, they will undergo ಮೈಟೋಟಿಕ್ ಡಿವಿಷನ್. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಮೈಟೋಟಿಕ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಮಿಯೋಸಿಸ್ ಡಿವಿಷನ್ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬೇಕು. ಈ ಒಂದು ಟಾಪಿಕ್ ಅನ್ನ ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಮೈಟೋಟಿಕ್ ಡಿವಿಷನ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು, ಮಿಯೋಟಿಕ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನು ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬೇಕು. ಮೈಟೋಟಿಕ್ ಡಿವಿಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗತ್ತೆ? ಈಗ ಡಿಪ್ಲಾಯ್ಡ್ ಸೆಲ್ ಮೈಟೋಟಿಕ್ ಡಿವಿಷನ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅದರ ಪ್ಲಾಯ್ಡ್ ಏನಾಗಿರುತ್ತೆ? ಸೇಮ್ ಇರುತ್ತಾ, ಚೇಂಜ್ ಆಗತ್ತಾ? So if this is the spermatogonia that will undergo the mitotic division. Mitotic division ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಎಷ್ಟು daughter cells formation ಆಗತ್ತೆ? How many daughter cells are produced in the mitotic division? Please write down your answer in the chat box. ಎಷ್ಟಾಗತ್ತೆ? When the diploid cells, they will undergo mitotic division, how many daughter cells are produced? In the mitotic division, how many daughter cells are produced? Yes, very good. 2 daughter cells are produced. What is the ploidy of the here? When the cell, diploid cell or haploid cell, okay, so that will undergo the mitotic division. 2 daughter cells are produced in the mitotic division. The ploidy will be same as the this one parent cell. Okay, so ಇಲ್ಲಿ 2n ploidy ಇದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಅದರ ploidy ಎಷ್ಟಿರುತ್ತೆ? 2n ಕಂಡೀಷನ್ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. Okay, so first step ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ? The spermatogonia that undergo the repeated mitotic division and form the large number of the spermatogonia. Okay, ಸೊ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಪರ್ಮ್ಯಾಟೋಗೋನಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ರೋಮೋಸೋಮ್ಸ್ ನಂಬರ್ ಡಿಪ್ಲಾಯ್ಡ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಎಷ್ಟಿದೆ? 46 ಕ್ರೋಮೋಸೋಮ್ಸ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ. ಓಕೆ, ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ವೆರಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. MCQ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ದ ನಂಬರ್ ಆಫ್ ಕ್ರೋಮೋಸೋಮ್ಸ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಸ್ಪರ್ಮ್ಯಾಟೋಗೋನಿಯಾ ಸೆಲ್, ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ 46 ಕ್ರೋಮೋಸೋಮ್ಸ್. ಈಗ ಮಲ್ಟಿಪ್ಲಿಕೇಶನ್ ಆಯ್ತು, ನಂಬರ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಯ್ತು ಅಲ್ವಾ? ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ದಿ ಸ್ಪರ್ಮ್ಯಾಟೋಗೋನಿಯಲ್ ಸೆಲ್ಸ್, ದೇ ವಿಲ್ ಅಂಡರ್ಗೋ ಗ್ರೋತ್ ಫೇಸ್. Growth phase means what? They increase. The spermatogonial cells grow in size, increasing the cytoplasm and matures to form the primary spermatocytes. This is the What is this? This is the spermatogonial cell. So this will undergo the mitotic division. Mitotic division agi number ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗಿದೆ. Okay. So again the numbers are increased here. ಮತ್ತೆ mitotic division ಆಗಿ ಇದನ್ನ multiplication phase ಅಂತ ಕರೆದ್ವಿ ಅಲ್ವಾ? Next here this spermatogonial cell. So ನಾನು ಇದೊಂದು ಸೆಲ್ ಅನ್ನ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ತೇನೆ. So this spermatogonial cell that will undergo the maturity. Maturity ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನಾಗತ್ತೆ? So that increases the cytoplasmic content increase ಆಗತ್ತೆ and they will grow in size ಅಲ್ಲಿ increase ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ನೋಡಿ. So this is called as primary spermatocyte. Okay. So this is called as primary spermatocyte, and this primary spermatocyte, it will undergo meiotic division. So meiotic division ಅಲ್ಲಿ meiotic cell division ಅಲ್ಲಿ, so when any cell undergo the meiotic division, then it is able to form the 4 daughter cells ಅಲ್ವಾ? So 4 cells ಅನ್ನ ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ. Then they are haploid in condition. ಇದು ನೀವು ಫಸ್ಟ್ PUC ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಮಿಯೋಟಿಕ್ ಡಿವಿಷನ್ ಆದ್ರೆ ಪ್ರೊಡಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಗಿರುವಂತ ಸೆಲ್ ಯಾವ್ದ್ರಲ್ಲಿರುತ್ತೆ, ಯಾವ ಪ್ಲಾಯ್ಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಇನ್ ಅ ಹ್ಯಾಪ್ಲಾಯ್ಡ್ ಕಂಡೀಷನ್. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ, ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಪ್ರೈಮರಿ ಸ್ಪರ್ಮ್ಯಾಟೋಸೈಟ್. ಇಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಅಂಡರ್ಗೋ ದ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಮಿಯೋಟಿಕ್ ಡಿವಿಷನ್. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ ಮಿಯೋಟಿಕ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಿಯೋಸಿಸ್ 1 ಮತ್ತೆ ಮಿಯೋಸಿಸ್ 2 ಅಂತ 2 ಸ್ಟೆಪ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಸೊ ಮಿಯೋಸಿಸ್ 1 ಆಗಿದೆ ನೋಡಿ, ಮಿಯೋಸಿಸ್ 1 ಆಗಿ 2 ಸೆಲ್ಸ್ ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಡಾಟರ್ ಸೆಲ್ಸ್ ಫಾರ್ಮೇಶನ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಹಿಯರ್ ಪ್ರೈಮರಿ ಸ್ಪರ್ಮ್ಯಾಟೋಸೈಟ್ಸ್ ಅಂಡರ್ಗೋ ದ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಮಿಯೋಟಿಕ್ ಡಿವಿಷನ್. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಆರೋ ಮಾರ್ಕ್ ಅನ್ನ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದೇನೆ. Primary spermatocytes undergo the first meiotic division and form the 2 daughter cells. They are called as secondary spermatocytes. Secondary spermatocytes ploidy ಎಷ್ಟಿರುತ್ತೆ? Second, what is the ploidy of the secondary spermatocytes? Please write down your answer. ಸೊ ನಾನಿಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಕೇಳ್ತಾ ಇರೋ ಹಾಗೆ ಪಾಠವನ್ನ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಓಕೆ. Secondary spermatocytes ploidy ಎಷ್ಟಿರುತ್ತೆ? That is haploid, because the first meiotic after they are formed after the first meiotic division ಅಲ್ವಾ? Then ಮಿಯೋಟಿಕ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ 2 ಸ್ಟೆಪ್ ಇದೆ, ಮಿಯೋಸಿಸ್ 1 ಮತ್ತೆ ಮಿಯೋಸಿಸ್ 2 ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಮಿಯೋಟಿಕ್ ಡಿವಿಷನ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಮಿಯೋಟಿಕ್ ಡಿವಿಷನ್ ಅಂತ ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? Then these secondary spermatocytes again they will undergo the second meiotic division and form the total 4 daughter cells, right? So this is the actual spermatogenesis, and the ploidy of the cells are, that is, they are haploid alva. Here these secondary spermatocytes, when they will undergo the second meiotic division and they will form the spermatids. Illi enu 4 cells formation agide alva? This is called as spermatids. Spermatids anta karitare. Okay. And this is actual spermatogenesis. ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ ಏನಾಯ್ತು ಈ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಪರ್ಮ್ಯಾಟೋಜೆನೆಸಿಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ? ಈ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಕಿಮ್ಯಾಟಿಕ್ ರಿಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ಅನ್ನ ನೋಡಿ. At the puberty, spermatogenesis start in males at the puberty. Okay. At the puberty, you can observe spermatogonia. This spermatogonia, that is increasing its number by mitosis differentiation. ನೋಡಿ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮೈಟೋಸಿಸ್ ಡಿಫ್ರೆನ್ಶಿಯೇಷನ್ ಆಗಿ ನಂಬರ್ ಇನ್ಕ್ರೀಸ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ನಂಬರ್ ಇನ್ಕ್ರೀಸ್ ಆಗಿರೋದನ್ನ ನೀವು ನೋಡ್ಬೋದು. Then here the spermatogonial cell that will undergo the maturation phase. Maturation phase ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಇದನ್ನ ಏನಂತ ಕರೆದ್ರು? So that is called as a primary spermatocytes. When this primary spermatocytes that will undergo the first meiotic division. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಮಿಯೋಸಿಸ್ ಗೊತ್ತಿರಬೇಕು, ಈ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಮಿಯೋಸಿಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಿಯೋಸಿಸ್ 1 ಮತ್ತೆ ಮಿಯೋಸಿಸ್ 2 ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಮಿಯೋಸಿಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಡಿಪ್ಲಾಯ್ಡ್ ಸೆಲ್ಸ್ ಏನಾಗತ್ತೆ, ಅದು ಹ್ಯಾಪ್ಲಾಯ್ಡ್ ಸೆಲ್ ಆಗಿ ಕನ್ವರ್ಟ್ ಆಗತ್ತೆ. ಬಟ್ ಮೈಟೋಸಿಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಡಿಪ್ಲಾಯ್ಡ್ ಇರೋದು ಡಿಪ್ಲಾಯ್ಡ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಹ್ಯಾಪ್ಲಾಯ್ಡ್ ಇರೋದು ಹ್ಯಾಪ್ಲಾಯ್ಡ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಬಟ್ When it undergo the first meiotic division, it is forming the secondary spermatocytes. Nodi ಎಷ್ಟು secondary spermatocytes ಅನ್ನ form ಮಾಡಿದೆ? One cell, that is forming the two secondary spermatocytes. When these secondary spermatocytes, they will undergo the second meiotic division. Second meiotic division ಆದಾಗ, so that is forming the four spermatids. How many spermatids are formed here? Not sperms. Know the difference between the sperm and the spermatids. Illi four spermatids formation agide. When these spermatids undergo the differentiation, ನೋಡಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ sperm ಗೆ ಏನಿದೆ, tail ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ, ಈ ತರ ಇದೆ. sperm ಅನ್ನ ಈ ತರ ಡ್ರಾ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಬಟ್ spermatid ಅನ್ನ ನೋಡಿ, that is a oval shaped cell. When it undergo the differentiation, morphological differentiation, and that is forming the spermatozoa, that is nothing but the sperm. Okay, so like this, the spermatogenesis process takes place in this step. So ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ನೆನ್ಪಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕಾಗಿರೋದು ಏನು ಅಂದ್ರೆ, so this schematic representation, that is for the 5 marks, and this explanation, write the what is spermatogenesis, explain it like that. This is also, this explanation also asked for the 5 marks question. So in that you should explain the multiplication phase, growth phase, and the maturation phase. Okay, then here please remember the number of chromosomes in each cell. Here, spermatogonial cell, that is diploid in number, means how many chromosomes? 46 chromosomes are there. Primary spermatocyte, that is also diploid in number, and 46 chromosomes are there. And secondary spermatocyte, that is haploid. Haploid means how many chromosomes? Haploid andre ಎಷ್ಟು chromosomes ಇರುತ್ತೆ? That is 23 chromosomes alva. So spermatids, what is the ploidy of these spermatids? Spermatids so diploid or haploid? Spermatids are haploid or diploid? Yes, spermatids are haploid. Ramappa, yes, that is correct answer. They are haploid in number. And in the spermatogenesis, from the one primary spermatocyte, how many sperms are produced? So ಒಂದು ಸೆಲ್ ಇಂದ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರೈಮರಿ ಸ್ಪರ್ಮ್ಯಾಟೋಸೈಟ್ ಇಂದ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರೈಮರಿ ಸ್ಪರ್ಮ್ಯಾಟೋಸೈಟ್ ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಸೊ ಇದರಿಂದ how many spermatids or sperms are produced? How many sperms are produced? ಎಷ್ಟು ಸ್ಪರ್ಮ್ಸ್ ಪ್ರೊಡಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಗತ್ತೆ? 4 sperms, right? 4 sperms are produced. Then again there is a process, spermiogenesis. So what is this spermiogenesis? 1 marks question. The spermatids, so these are the spermatids. When these spermatids transform into sperms or spermatozoa alva, so that is called as a spermiogenesis. ಈ spermatid ಇಂದ sperm ಆಗಿ differentiation ಆಗೋದನ್ನ what we call, that is called as a spermiogenesis. And these, after this spermiogenesis, sperm head, so this sperm head, you can observe the structure of sperm like this. This is called as a head part. So this head part is embedded in the Sertoli cells inside the seminiferous tubules. Is sperm head ಏನಾಗಿರುತ್ತೆ? Sertoli cells ಒಳಗಡೆ embedded ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. And that is finally released from the seminiferous tubule, so by the process called spermiation. So this is also very important. What is spermiation and what is spermiogenesis? Both are important. I hope this is clear, this topic. What is spermatogenesis? What is spermiogenesis? And how many sperms are produced by the one primary spermatocyte and ploidy of the cells? I hope this topic is clear. If you have any doubts, you can write down in the comment box and I will try to solve in the next part of this chapter. Okay, then spermatogenesis and hormones. So how the hormones are influencing this process, spermatogenesis process. So this diagrammatic representation, so that is very easy to remember for you people, for your competitive exam also, for your board exam also. Okay, so board exam allu MCQ question ಗೆ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಕಿಮ್ಯಾಟಿಕ್ ರಿಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟೇಷನ್ ನಿಮಗೆ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಕೊಳ್ತೇನೆ. ಓಕೆ, ಸೊ ಹೌ ದ ಹಾರ್ಮೋನ್ಸ್ ಆರ್ ಇನ್ಫ್ಲೂಯೆನ್ಸಿಂಗ್ ಆನ್ ದಿ spermatogenesis process. So here gonadotrophin releasing hormone, that is written as GnRH, gonadotrophin releasing hormone. Sometimes it is written like this, GnRH, or it is also called as a hypothalamic hormone. So this hormone that stimulate the anterior pituitary gland. So a hormone GnRH, gonadotropin releasing hormone, that stimulate the anterior pituitary. So where it is located, anterior pituitary gland, anterior pituitary means that is anterior part of the pituitary gland. So where it is located, pituitary gland, anybody, where it is located? Pituitary gland is located in which part of our body? Is it located at the neck region or brain? Where it is located? It is just located in the brain, ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಸೊ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಬಿಲೋ ದ ಹೈಪೋಥಲಾಮಸ್. ಹೈಪೋಥಲಾಮಸ್ ನೀವು ಬಿಡಿಸಿದಿರಾ, ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರತ್ತೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಬ್ರೈನ್ ಬಿಡಿಸ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಹೈಪೋಥಲಾಮಸ್ ಅನ್ನ ಲೇಬಲ್ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತೀರಾ. ಸೊ ದಟ್ ಸ್ಟಿಮ್ಯುಲೇಟ್ ದ ಪಿಟ್ಯೂಟರಿ ಗ್ಲ್ಯಾಂಡ್. Then this pituitary gland that is able to release the two hormones, they are called as gonadotropins. So what are these gonadotropins? The pituitary gland which is able to release two hormones, that is called as a luteinizing hormone, that is called as a LH, and follicle stimulating hormone FSH. Okay, so which are the gonadotropins released by the anterior pituitary gland, that is luteinizing hormone and the follicle stimulating hormone. And this luteinizing hormone that act on the leading cells. ಆ luteinizing ಹಾರ್ಮೋನ್ ಏನಿದೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ, ಸೊ ಅದು ಯಾವ್ದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ? ಲೇಡಿಗ್ ಸೆಲ್ಸ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ. ಲೇಡಿಗ್ ಸೆಲ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿರುತ್ತೆ? Where the Leydig cells are present. What is the another name for the Leydig cells? What is the another name for the Leydig cells? So that is also called as interstitial cells, alva. So that is present just outside the seminiferous tubule, alva. So seminiferous tubules ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಆ ಒಂದು ಎರಡು ಸೆಮಿನಿಫರಸ್ ಟ್ಯೂಬ್ಯೂಲ್ಸ್ ಇರುತ್ತಲ್ವಾ, ಅದರ ಮಧ್ಯೆ ಇರುವಂತ ಸೆಲ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ ಲೇಡಿಗ್ ಸೆಲ್ಸ್. ಲೇಡಿಗ್ ಸೆಲ್ಸ್, ಯು ನೋ ದಟ್ ದೇ ಸ್ಟಿಮ್ಯುಲೇಟ್ ದ ಆಂಡ್ರೋಜನ್ಸ್ and follicle stimulating hormone that act on the Sertoli cells. FSH ಯಾವ್ದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ? ಸರ್ಟೋಲಿ ಸೆಲ್ಸ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ. ಲ್ಯೂಟಿನೈಸಿಂಗ್ ಹಾರ್ಮೋನು ಲೇಡಿಗ್ ಸೆಲ್ಸ್ ಮೇಲೆ ಆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಆಂಡ್ರೋಜನ್ಸ್ ಅನ್ನ ಸಿಕ್ರೇಟ್ ಮಾಡೋ ಹಾಗೆ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಅಂಡ್ these androgens, what is the function of the androgen here? Stimulate the process of the spermatogenesis. Spermatogenesis, sperm production process ಅನ್ನ ಸ್ಟಿಮ್ಯುಲೇಟ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ. And this Sertoli cells that secretion, that helps for the secretion of the factors for the spermiogenesis. Sperm formation ಆಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ, spermatid in the sperm formation ಆಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ, so it will secrete the some factors that is helping for the spermiogenesis. Okay, so like this the hormones are acting on the spermatogenesis. ನೋಡಿ ಇನ್ನೊಂದ್ಸಲ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ನೋಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. Gonadotropin releasing hormone, so this is also important, GnRH, also called as the hypothalamic hormone that act on the anterior pituitary. So my question is, anterior pituitary gland release the gonadotropins. Which are they? So which are the two gonadotropins? They are LH and FSH, luteinizing hormone and the follicle stimulating hormone. Luteinizing hormone that act on the which cell of the seminiferous tubule? Follicle stimulating hormone that act on the which cell of the seminiferous tubule? That act on the Sertoli cells. And here luteinizing hormone act on the Leydig cells. Leydig cells release the hormone, already study ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ, androgen ಅಲ್ವಾ? And Sertoli cells, what is the function of the Sertoli cells? Here, the secretion of the factors for the spermiogenesis. So, this is very important for your MCQ ಬೋರ್ಡ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ MCQ ಕ್ವಶನ್. ಸೊ ಇದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ತುಂಬಾ MCQ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಅನ್ನ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಇದನ್ನ ನೋಟ್ ಡೌನ್ ಮಾಡಿಟ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಸೊ 2 ಮಾರ್ಕ್ಸ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಅಲ್ಲೂ ಕೇಳ್ಬಹುದು, MCQ ದಲ್ಲೂ ಕೇಳ್ಬಹುದು. ಸೊ ಇಫ್ ಯು ನೋಟ್ ಡೌನ್ ದಿಸ್ ಪಾಯಿಂಟ್, ಸೊ ಯು ಆರ್ ಏಬಲ್ ಟು ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಫಾರ್ ಎನಿ ಕ್ವಶನ್. ಸೊ ಇದ್ರ ಮೇಲೆ ಯಾವುದೇ ತರ ಟ್ವಿಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಕೇಳಿದ್ರು ಕೂಡ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಓಕೆ, ದೆನ್ structure of the sperm. So already we know how the sperms are released from the seminiferous tubules through the process spermatogenesis. We studied spermatogenesis alva. So ಈ spermatogenesis ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ sperm structure ಅನ್ನ ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. This diagram, that is for the 5 mark question, 4 mark question, or it may be asked for the 3 mark question. ಇದನ್ನ 5 marks ಕೇಳ್ಬೋದು, 4 marks 3 marks question ಆಗು ಕೂಡ. The diagram is very important for your board exam. ಈ diagram ಅನ್ನ with label practice ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. Okay, then so if you observe the sperm, the microscopic structure of the sperm, it looks like this. So here in the sperm we can observe the 3 main structure, that is the head region, this is the head region, and this is neck. Okay, so this is the neck region and this is the tail region. Head, neck ಮತ್ತೆ middle piece, middle piece. So this is the middle piece and this is the tail region. So ಈ 4 parts ಅನ್ನ ನೀವು sperm ಅಲ್ಲಿ microscope ಅಲ್ಲಿ observe ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ ನೋಡಬಹುದು. Head region, this is the neck region, and this is the middle piece, and it is the tail. Here, so in the head region you can observe the nucleus which is present in the head region, and this sperm is covered by a plasma membrane. The plasma membrane, so that envelopes the whole body of the sperm. So idi body yav membrane inda cover agide, that is by the plasma membrane. And this sperm head nucleus present ide, that is present in the head region of the sperm, and haploid nucleus, so that is having the haploid nucleus in this region ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ. So that contain the genetic material alva. And here you can observe the cap like structure here. So very important, this structure. So this is the totally, it is called as the head region. In the head region you can observe the cap like structure, that is called as the acrosome. That is very important, acrosome. And this acrosome that is helping the sperm to penetrate the ovum. So sperm ಈಗ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ ovum ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ. ಸೊ ಈ ovum ಗೆ ಹೋಗಿ ಇದನ್ನ ovum layers ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಜೋನಾ ಪೆಲ್ಲುಸಿಡಾ ಅಂತ ಲೇಯರ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಅದನ್ನ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ. ಸೊ ಈ ಲೇಯರ್ ಅನ್ನ ಬ್ರೇಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ, ಸೊ it should reach the nucleus of the ovum ಅಲ್ವಾ. ovum ಗೆ ರೀಚ್ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು, ಫ್ಯೂಸ್ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು, ಫರ್ಟಿಲೈಸೇಷನ್ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು. For this process, for the fertilization process, this acrosome is helping. ಈ acrosome ಈ wall layers ಅನ್ನ ಬ್ರೇಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಫರ್ಟಿಲೈಸೇಷನ್ ಆಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ. But how it is helping for the breaking down of these walls? Because it contains some enzymes, hydrolytic enzymes, so that help for the breaking of this layer and get fertilized with the egg. Okay, ನೋಡಿ, that is also very important, MCQ ದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. Then this is the neck region and the middle piece. So this is the middle piece, right? So this middle piece that contain the numerous amount of the mitochondria. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ, mitochondria ಯಾವ region ನಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ in the sperm, that is present in the middle piece of the sperm. So what is the function of the mitochondria? ಏನ್ ಫಂಕ್ಷನ್ ಮೈಟೋಕಾಂಡ್ರಿಯಾ ಅದು ಗೊತ್ತಿದ್ಯಾ? What is the function of the mitochondria? Mitochondria that provide the energy for the sperms. So sperm ಗೆ energy provide ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ. So that is the function of the mitochondria, and this is the tail region. So this mitochondria that produces the energy that help for the movement of the sperm ಏನಾಗಬೇಕು, so that should swim in the female reproductive structure and that should reach the ಓವಿಡಕ್ಟ್ ಅಲ್ವಾ, ಓವಿಡಕ್ಟ್ಗೆ ರೀಚ್ ಆಗ್ಬೇಕು ಅಲ್ವಾ. ಸೊ ಆ ಒಂದು ಮೂಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ, ಸ್ಪರ್ಮ್ ಮೂಮೆಂಟ್ ಆಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಮೈಟೋಕಾಂಡ್ರಿಯಾ ಎನರ್ಜಿಯನ್ನ ಪ್ರೊವೈಡ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ. ಅಂಡ್ ದಿಸ್ ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದ ಟೇಲ್ that help for the sperm motility essential for the fertilization. ಈ ಟೇಲ್ ಮೂವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದ್ರಿಂದ, ಸೊ ದಟ್ ಮೂವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಫಾರ್ ದ ಟೇಲ್ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ, ಮೂವ್ ಆಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ, ಸ್ಪರ್ಮ್ ಮೂವ್ ಆಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ. ಅಂಡ್ ಮೈಟೋಕಾಂಡ್ರಿಯಾ ಪ್ರೊವೈಡ್ಸ್ ದ ಎನರ್ಜಿ ಫಾರ್ ದಿ sperm. Okay, so like this the sperm ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಚರ್ ಈಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್ ಹೇಳ್ದೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ. ಇದನ್ನ ಕೆಲವೊಂದ್ಸಲ ಮೇಜರ್ ಆಗಿ 5 ಮಾರ್ಕ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಆಗಿ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಸಮ್ ಟೈಮ್ ಇಟ್ ಮೇ ಬಿ ಆಸ್ಕ್ ಫಾರ್ ದಿ 3 ಮಾರ್ಕ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್. ಅಂಡ್ ದಿಸ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲನೇಷನ್ ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಆಸ್ಕ್ಡ್ ಫಾರ್ ದಿ ಆಸ್ಕ್ಡ್ ಇನ್ ದ MCQ ಕ್ವಶನ್, ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತಾ. ಸೊ ದ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ ವಿಚ್ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಫಾರ್ ದಿ the cap-like structure of the sperm, what it is called, that is the acrosome, ಈ ತರ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. And in which part of the sperm the genetic material is located, so ಯಾವ part ಅಲ್ಲಿ locate ಆಗಿದೆ, head, neck or middle piece or tail, so that is located in the head region ಅಲ್ವಾ. ನ್ಯೂಕ್ಲಿಯಸ್ ಹೆಡ್ ರೀಜನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ನ್ಯೂಕ್ಲಿಯಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಜೆನೆಟಿಕ್ ಮಟೀರಿಯಲ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ. then what is the function of the mitochondria, where it is present, in which region of the sperm that contain the mitochondria, and what is the function of the tail. So like this it may be asked for the 2 marks or 1 marks question, so concentrate on this. Okay, I hope this topic is clear. Any doubt, another doubt idya, or shall we move on to the next topic? Okay, so let us discuss some questions on this topic. ಸೊ ನಾವೇನು ಗ್ಯಾಮೆಟೋಜೆನೆಸಿಸ್ ಮತ್ತೆ ಸ್ಪರ್ಮ್, ಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಚರ್ ಆಫ್ ಸ್ಪರ್ಮ್ ಏನು ಸ್ಟಡಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ವಿ ಅಲ್ವಾ. ಸೊ ಆನ್ ದಟ್ ಟಾಪಿಕ್ ವಿ ಆರ್ ಡಿಸ್ಕಸಿಂಗ್ ಸಮ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್ಸ್. ಓಕೆ, ಸೊ be ready and write down the answer in the comment box. Which of the following structure is the site of the spermatogenesis? Which of the following structure is the site of the spermatogenesis? Option A, prostate gland, urethra, bulbourethral gland, and seminiferous tubule. Yes? Write down the answer. Option B is not a correct answer. So, which of the following structure is the site of spermatogenesis? Spermatogenesis urethradalli agatta illa alva? So that is the wrong answer. Yes, option D, Maruti RV. Option D, correct answer. Yes, very good. Many students are writing the correct answer, that is at the seminiferous tubule. Alva. Next question. During the spermatogenesis, the diploid cell that begins meiosis is called. So which cell start the meiosis process? Primary spermatocyte, secondary spermatocyte, spermatid, spermatogonium. So yavdu answer yavdu? For question number 2, what is the answer for the question number 2? Yes, write down the answer in the comment box. Option C, spermatids, they are produced at the end of the meiosis alva. Meiosis complete ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ spermatid production ಆಗತ್ತೆ. So that is not in a diploid condition. Spermatids they are haploid in condition. So option C is the wrong answer. Yes, Balkrishna saying option A. Yes, correct. So many students are writing the correct answer, that is primary spermatocyte alva. So primary spermatocyte ಏನಾಗತ್ತೆ, so that will begin the meiosis, they are diploid in condition. Secondary spermatocytes, they are haploid, they are produced after the first meiosis. Meiotic first division complete ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ secondary spermatocytes formation ಆಗತ್ತೆ. They are haploid in condition. ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಿದೆ, the diploid cell ಅಂತ ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? Yes, option A is the correct answer. That is primary spermatocyte. And spermatogonium cell, that is also diploid, but it is not matured ಅಲ್ವಾ? So mature ಆಗಿರುವಂತ cell ಅಲ್ಲ spermatogonium. When it undergo the maturation, then it is forming the primary spermatocyte ಅಲ್ವಾ? So spermatogonium is not the correct answer. Option A is the correct answer. Yes. Next question. Each secondary spermatocyte undergoes the second meiotic division to produce how many spermatids? So just recall the spermatogenesis process and tell me the answer. So secondary spermatocytes, one secondary spermatocyte, sorry, each secondary spermatocyte, so they are undergoing the meiotic division, second meiotic division, and produce how many spermatids? ಎಷ್ಟು spermatids formation ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ? Yes, Shiv Kumar saying the 4. Yes. So in the spermatogenesis, so how many spermatids are formed? 4 spermatids are formed from one primary spermatocyte ಅಲ್ವಾ? So ಒಂದು primary spermatocyte ಇಂದ ಎಷ್ಟು sperm production ಆಗತ್ತೆ? So that is 4 sperms are produced ಅಲ್ವಾ? If you take the 2 primary spermatocytes, just I am asking, if you take the 2 primary spermatocytes, so these 2 are undergoing the meiotic division. How many spermatids are produced? ಎಷ್ಟು spermatids formation ಆಗತ್ತೆ? That is 8 ಅಲ್ವಾ? So ಒಂದು primary spermatocyte meiotic division complete ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ 4 spermatids formation ಆಗತ್ತೆ. 2 primary spermatocytes, if they are completing the spermatogenesis, sorry, second meiotic division, they produce the 8 spermatids. So correct answer is here 4. Yes. Let's read the question properly. Arrange the following stages into correct sequence. Spermatogonium, spermatid, primary spermatocyte, secondary spermatocytes. So this you should arrange in a correct sequence. So first spermatogonium. So after which stages occur, so that you have to arrange in a proper manner. So correct ಆಗಿ arrange ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. Arrange ಮಾಡಿ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಅನ್ನ ಕಮೆಂಟ್ ಬಾಕ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕಿ ನೋಡೋಣ. After that we'll discuss the answer. Fourth one answer. Fourth one answer ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದಾ? Here spermatogonium. So that is the first one. So that is the germ cell that is present in the seminiferous tubule. Then after that primary spermatocytes are formed. Yes, so that is the third one ಅಲ್ವಾ? So first one, second step ಯಾವುದು? Primary spermatocytes are formed. Primary spermatocytes ಇಂದ ಏನಾಗತ್ತೆ? Secondary spermatocytes are formed. After that spermatid, after that sperm. So you should arrange this in this manner. Fourth one D ಅಂತ ಆನ್ಸರ್ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. We'll check this. First one. So fifth one is not first step ಅಲ್ವಾ? Sperm production ಮೊದಲೇ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. You can eliminate this step. Spermatid production first step ಅಲ್ಲ. So you can eliminate this one also. First step is spermatogonium. So both are correct. Second step is primary spermatocyte. So primary spermatocyte is present in this step only, not the secondary spermatocyte. So you can eliminate the C option also. So fourth one answer is D. That is spermatogonium, primary spermatocytes, secondary spermatocyte, spermatid and sperm. So that is the sequence. Yes, correct answer is D. Yes. Fifth question. Acrosome of sperm contains DNA, mitochondria, axial filament, hydrolytic enzymes. Acrosome means that is present at the head region, the bulge part. So this triangular shape part, that is called as a acrosome, right? So what it contain inside the acrosome, what is present? Mitochondria is present in the middle piece, alva. So middle piece ಅಲ್ಲಿ the axial filament that is present at the tail region ಅಲ್ಲಿದೆ. Then DNA is present in the nucleus. DNA is present inside the nucleus. It is not present at the acrosome. So correct answer is D. Hydrolytic enzymes are there. Inside the acrosome, it contains the hydrolytic enzyme. Sixth one, sperms after being produced develop motility in. So where they develop their motility, they are produced and after they will get developing into the motility. Epididymis, vas deferens, seminiferous tubule, urethra. Yes, what is the correct answer? Sixth one, what is the correct answer? Where they develop motility. Write down your answer in the comment box. Epididymis, vas deferens, seminiferous tubules, urethra. Sixth one, C. Yes, they develop motility at the seminiferous tubules. Yes, correct answer. Next one. In spermatogenesis, the phases of maturation involve. So already we have three stages, three phases, that is maturation phase, multiplication phase, maturation phase, and the third phase. What is the third phase? So already we have studied the three phase, growth phase, maturation phase, and the multiplication phase. So these are the three phases. So what is the maturation phase involved? Formation of spermatids from the primary spermatocytes through meiosis, growth of spermatogonia into primary spermatocyte, formation of spermatogonia from gonocytes through the mitosis, formation of oogonia from the spermatocytes through the meiosis. So here, first we have to eliminate the wrong one. Okay. Formation of oogonia. Oogonia, so that refers to the spermatogenesis, oogenesis that is not present in the spermatogenesis. Okay, so that we can cancel easily. And formation of spermatogonia from gonocytes, that also we can eliminate, right? So here option A or B, seventh one answer. The phases of maturation, formation of spermatids from the primary spermatocytes through the meiosis, growth of the spermatogonia into primary spermatocyte. What is the correct answer? Yes, what is the correct answer? C is not correct answer. A. Many students are writing A, B, A, B. Okay. Okay. Sakshi, she's writing answer B. Yes. Maturation phase. Maturation phase, that involves the, what it involves? Formation of spermatids from the primary spermatocytes through the meiosis. ಗ್ರೋತ್ ಫೇಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಸ್ಪರ್ಮ್ಯಾಟೋಗೋನಿಯಾ ಪ್ರೈಮರಿ ಸ್ಪರ್ಮ್ಯಾಟೋಸೈಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಕನ್ವರ್ಟ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ. ಸೊ ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದ ಗ್ರೋತ್ ಫೇಸ್. ಮಲ್ಟಿಪ್ಲಿಕೇಶನ್ ಫೇಸ್, ಗ್ರೋತ್ ಫೇಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ದ ಮ್ಯಾಚುರೇಷನ್ ಫೇಸ್. ಸೊ ಆಪ್ಷನ್ ಎ ಇಸ್ ದ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆನ್ಸರ್. 8th one ನೋಡಿ. The process of spermatogenesis is induced by which? The spermatogenesis that is induced by TSH, FSH, MSH, ACTH. Okay. So here TSH means thyroid stimulating hormone. Thyroid stimulating hormone. FSH means follicle stimulating hormone. Melanocyte stimulating hormone and ACTH. Adrenocorticotropic stimulating hormones ಅಲ್ವಾ. ಸೊ ಈ ತರ 4 ಹಾರ್ಮೋನ್ ನ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಹಿಯರ್ the spermatogenesis induced by the FSH. Yes, correct answer is FSH, because thyroid, MSH and ACTH that you will study in the chemical coordination chapter. Okay, so that you have studied in the chemical coordination chapter first year alli study madidira alva. So here follicle stimulating hormone that is related to the spermatogenesis. During the spermatogenesis, the diploid daughter cell that begins the meiosis is called. So from where the meiosis begins? So which cell start the meiosis process? So that you know the answer, write down the answer in the comment box. 10th question is, the actual genetic section of sperm is its actual genetic material. So where it is present in the sperm? In the acrosome or at the tail, middle piece or head? So actual genetic material. Genetic material means that is DNA. DNA is present in which part of the sperm? Is it present in the acrosome, tail or middle piece or head? Which is the correct answer? 10th one, which is the correct answer? That is at the head region. Option D is the correct answer. So head regionally, so it contains a nucleus and the DNA is present, genetic material is present at the nucleus. Okay, so that is the correct answer. Next question. Dash provides energy to the sperm for its movement. So tail, middle piece, head, acrosome. Here which part of the sperm? It contain mitochondria. So mitochondria irutte, a mitochondria in madutte ಎನರ್ಜಿಯನ್ನ ಪ್ರೊವೈಡ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ದಟ್ ಮೈಟೋಕಾಂಡ್ರಿಯಾ ಇಸ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಎಟ್ ದ ವಿಚ್ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಸ್ಪರ್ಮ್? ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಪ್ರೆಸೆಂಟ್ ಎಟ್ ದ ಮಿಡಲ್ ಪೀಸ್. ಸೊ ಮಿಡಲ್ ಪೀಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಹೆಲ್ಪಿಂಗ್ ಫಾರ್ ದ, that is providing the energy for the movement. That is the correct answer. Okay. So here we discuss some MCQ questions on this topic. Next we are going to study about the oogenesis. Oogenesis ಬಗ್ಗೆ study ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. So before going to study about the oogenesis, we should know about the ovary. Okay, what is ovary? What is the different structure present in the ovary? Ovary ಬಗ್ಗೆ first study ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋಣ. Okay. See here, each ovary is covered by thin epithelium which encloses the ovarian stoma. So you can observe the ovarian structure like this. Here, each ovary is enclosed by a thin epithelium. So here epithelium cells are there. So they encloses the stoma. So this region is called as a stroma. And this stroma that is divided into two main parts. This stroma is divided into middle. That part is known as a medulla. And this outer peripheral part is called as a cortex. Okay. So this peripheral part is called as a cortex. In the medulla region, you can observe the blood vessels and some other structure, but in the peripheral cortex region, so ಓವರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾರ್ಟೆಕ್ಸ್ ರೀಜನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ, ಕಾರ್ಟೆಕ್ಸ್ ರೀಜನ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು you can observe the oogenesis process. Okay, so what is oogenesis? What is oogenesis? Spermatogenesis means that is the process of production of the sperm by the diploid germ cell alba. Here, process of production of the ovum, that is the female gamete. Ovum is the female gamete from the oogonial cell, oogonia. Okay, from the oogonia, that is called as a oogenesis process. Then, if you observe the structure of the ovary, so ovariಯನ್ನ observe ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ in the fetal stage, so before birth, when the when the fetus is in the mother womb, inside the ovary, the oogonial cells are produced. Oogonial cells ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ, ಓವಮ್ ಮದರ್ ಸೆಲ್ ಅಂತಾನು ಕರೀತಾರೆ, ಓಗೋನಿಯಲ್ ಸೆಲ್ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಸೊ ದಿಸ್ ಓಗೋನಿಯಲ್ ಸೆಲ್ಸ್ ಏನಿದೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ, ಯಾವಾಗ ಪ್ರೊಡಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಗತ್ತೆ? ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಪ್ರೊಡ್ಯೂಸ್ಡ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಫೀಟಲ್ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್. ಸೊ ಯಾವಾಗ ಮದರ್ ಊಂಬಲ್ಲಿ ಇರತ್ತಲ್ವಾ 9 months, ಆ 9 months ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಓವರಿ ಒಳಗಡೆ, ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಇಮ್ಯಾಜಿನ್, ಇನ್ಸೈಡ್ ದ ಓವರಿ oogonal cells are produced. After the birth, there is no production of the oogonal cells. oogonal cells ಏನಿದೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ ಓವರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ, ಸೊ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಇಮ್ಯಾಜಿನ್ ದೀಸ್ ಆರ್ ದಿ oogonal cells. ಈ oogonal cells ನಮ್ಮ ಬರ್ತ್ ಆಗೋಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಂಚೆ, ಫಿಮೇಲ್ ಬೇಬಿ ಬರ್ತ್ ಆಗೋಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಂಚೆ oogonal cells ಓವರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರೊಡಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಗತ್ತೆ. ಆಫ್ಟರ್ ದಿ ಬರ್ತ್ ದರ್ ಇಸ್ ನೋ ಪ್ರೊಡಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ oogonal cells. These oogonal cells that will undergo the multiplication ಆಗಿ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ನಂಬರ್ ಅನ್ನ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತೆ ಬಿಫೋರ್ ದಿ ಬರ್ತ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಬೇಬಿ. And these oogonal cells, they will develop into primary oocyte. Oogonal cell that will develop into primary oocyte ಆಗಿ ಡೆವಲಪ್ ಆಗತ್ತೆ. ಓಕೆ, ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಸ್ಟೆಪ್ ಅನ್ನ ನೋಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಹೋಗಿ. oogonal cell that will ಡೆವಲಪ್ ಇಂಟು ಪ್ರೈಮರಿ oocyte, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ, ಸೊ ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದ ಪ್ರೈಮರಿ oocyte. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ, ಪ್ರೈಮರಿ oocyte ಈ ತರ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ, oogonia ಪ್ರೊಡಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಗಿರುವಂತ ಪ್ರೈಮರಿ oocyte. ವಾಟ್ ಈಸ್ ದ ಪ್ಲಾಯ್ಡಿಯಾ ಆಫ್ ದಿ oogonia? Can you write down the ploidy of the oogonial cell? So that is diploid in condition, right? And this primary oocyte is also that is diploid in condition because when it under oogonial cell, when it undergo the differentiation, it will form the primary oocyte. Primary oocyte ಯಾವ ತರ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, this is the, just imagine this is the primary oocyte. Around this primary oocyte, some follicle cells are present. Around this around this primary oocyte, follicle cells are present. So it is called as a primary follicles. Okay, so it is called as primary follicles. Primary follicles. Nodi, ಪ್ರೈಮರಿ oocyte ಪ್ರೊಡಕ್ಷನ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಪ್ರೈಮರಿ oocyte ಸುತ್ತ there is a layer of cells are present, that is called as a primary follicles. ಈ primary follicles next ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, so again they will produce the two layer of cells, that is called as a granulosa cell layer ಅಂತ ಕರೀತಾರೆ. ಗೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತಾ? ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಏನಿದೆ, ಪ್ರೈಮರಿ oocyte ಇದೆ, ಇದರ ಸುತ್ತ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಏನು ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, ಸೆಲ್ ಲೇಯರ್ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ. So that is a granulosa cell layer and that is called as a secondary follicle. Primary follicle ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಏನಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ, secondary follicle develop ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. Okay, secondary follicles. And secondary follicles ಏನಾಗಿ develop ಆಗತ್ತೆ, they will develop into tertiary follicle. So this is primary follicle, secondary follicle. Just imagine these are the tertiary follicles. Tertiary follicles ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ, ಒಳಗಡೆ ಪ್ರೈಮರಿ oocyte ಇದೆ, ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ, ಒಳಗಡೆ ಪ್ರೈಮರಿ oocyte ಇದೆ, but there is a layer of cells formed around the primary oocyte, and inside you can observe the cavity that is called as a the cavity start to form in the tertiary follicle stage, that is called as a antrum anta karitare. Okay, ಇಷ್ಟ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತಾ? ಏನು ಇಲ್ಲ, first oogonial cells are there. Oogonial cells are there. So these oogonial cells, they produce the primary, they develop into primary oocyte. Primary oocyte. Okay. So around the primary oocyte, if it is a primary oocyte, around the primary oocytes, follicles are developing. So they are called as primary follicles, again secondary follicles, and tertiary follicles. So inside the tertiary follicle, ಒಳಗಡೆ ಏನಿದೆ? Inside the tertiary follicle, what is present? Inside the tertiary follicle, what is present? That is primary oocyte, ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಈಗ ಪ್ರೈಮರಿ oocyte ಏನಿದೆ, that will undergo complete the meiotic division and develop into a secondary oocyte. Okay, primary oocyte ಏನಿದೆ, that will develop into secondary oocyte and cell layers, and it will develop one layer of cells around it. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ, ಒಂದು this is the secondary oocyte that is forming the layer of cells around it, and cells are arranged like this and form the cavity that is called as a antrum cavity anta karitare. And after the tertiary follicle, it is called as a Graafian follicle. Okay, after the tertiary follicle ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ? Graafian follicle ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. Graafian follicle ಒಳಗಡೆ ಏನಿರುತ್ತೆ? It contain the secondary oocyte. Okay, ಇಷ್ಟ ಆಗತ್ತೆ. ಅದಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ, so this Graafian follicle which rupture, so this Graafian follicle, the cell wall layers that will rupture and release the ovum. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ secondary oocyte ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ, that secondary oocyte releases the ovum. Okay, so this is the events that takes place inside the ovary. Again, we are studying stepwise what is oogenesis in the next. Okay, in the oogenesis, you know that already oogonial cells are present. Oogonial cells, when they are produced during the embryonic development. During the embryonic development, the oogenesis occurs, start to form the oogonial cells. Here, no more oogonia are formed and added after the birth. There is no formation of the oogonia after the birth. Alva, oogonial cells production agide for the oogenesis process. Then, this oogonial cells that will start to develop and form the primary oocyte. Oogonial cells in formation madide, that is forming the primary oocyte. And this primary oocyte, that is, you know that is surrounded by the layer of cells that is called as a primary follicle ಅಲ್ವಾ? Primary follicle ಅನ್ನ formation ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ, ಈ diagram ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನೀವು ನೋಡಬಹುದು. So these are the primary follicles. These are the oogonial cells and these are the primary follicles. You can observe primary oocyte inside and layer of cells outside. That is called as a primary follicles, and they will develop into secondary follicle. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಗೊತ್ತಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? So inside the secondary follicle also there is a primary oocyte, and tertiary follicle also you can observe. Tertiary follicle ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಣಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದೆಯಾ? Here there is a primary oocyte, and here you can observe the formation of the cavity that is a antrum. Tertiary follicle that start to form the antrum. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ. Then this primary oocyte that will develop into secondary oocyte. Primary oocyte ಏನ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ? Secondary oocyte ಅನ್ನ formation ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ, and this stage is called as a Graafian follicle. Graafian follicle rupture ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ it releases the secondary oocyte that releases the ovum. Okay, so see here, primary follicle. Next step is The primary follicles, they get surrounded by the more layer of the granulosa cells, that is nutheca. Okay, that is called as the secondary follicles. Secondary follicles andre ಏನು ಅಂತ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೇನೆ. Then secondary follicle soon transform into tertiary follicle. Secondary follicle ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, tertiary follicle ಆಗಿ ಡೆವಲಪ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. Inside that you can observe the primary oocyte. Then the primary oocyte ಏನ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ, which is present in the tertiary follicle, that grows in size and completes the meiotic division. Primary oocyte ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, meiotic division ಅನ್ನ complete ಮಾಡಿದಾಗ that is forming the secondary oocyte. Okay, secondary oocyte and the polar body is produced, and secondary oocyte that ruptures the Graafian follicle and releases the ovum. Secondary oocyte ಇಂದ ಏನಾಗತ್ತೆ, ovum release ಆಗತ್ತೆ. And this secondary oocyte that is forming the layer around it, that is called as a zona pellucida. Remember this, zona pellucida, very important. Okay, when the Graafian follicle ruptures, the secondary oocyte is released from the ovary. That process is called as a ovulation. Ovulation. What is ovulation? Idanna 1 marks ಗೆ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ. Okay. So this zona pellucida layer, that is also important. Okay. Let us see the diagrammatic representation of the schematic representation of the oogenesis. See here. This is for your convenience. Oogonial cells. Okay, oogonia, they are diploid in nature, and this will undergo the mitotic division. Mitotic division ಆದರೆ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ? They increase their number, right? They increase their number like this. Alva? So after increasing their number, the spermatogonia here, all are diploid in nature. This spermatogonia that will undergo the maturity, that is forming the primary oocyte. Okay, so here you can call it as a primary oocyte. Primary oocyte. So this primary oocyte, you can observe this is a primary oocyte. ನಿಮ್ ಕನ್ಫ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಆಗ್ಬಹುದು, ಹೀಗೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ. This is the primary oocyte. Here, this one primary oocyte I will take here. So this primary oocyte that start the meiotic division. This primary oocyte that start the meiotic division and form the, so that is forming the secondary oocyte. Okay. So this is forming the secondary oocyte. Secondary, just imagine this is the first meiotic division. First meiotic division ಆಗಿದೆ. Secondary oocyte formation ಆಗಿದೆ. Okay, just ಇದನ್ನ ಈ ತರ ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ. 2 cells formation ಆಗತ್ತೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? And secondary oocyte, this second oocyte, so that completes the meiotic division, second meiotic division, and produces the ovum. Okay, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ ಏನಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. Once again I will explain. This is the oogonial cells. These are the oogonial cells. They increase their number and they will become primary oocyte. Okay, so this is the primary oocyte. First ಇಷ್ಟನ್ನೇ ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. This primary oocyte that start the meiotic division. Meiotic ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ meiosis 1 ಮತ್ತೆ meiosis 2 ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? So this start the meiotic division. First meiotic division ಆದ ತಕ್ಷಣ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, 2 daughter cells are produced. But here unequal distribution of the cellular contents occur. So it produces one polar body. So one cell ಗೆ complete cytoplasm and cell constituent transfer ಆಗತ್ತೆ. So it is a secondary oocyte, but one polar body is produced. Only nucleus and small amount of the other contents are there. That is called as a polar body. Okay. when the primary oocyte undergo the first meiotic division, it form the secondary oocyte and one polar body. And this secondary oocyte, it completes the second meiotic division. Secondary oocyte ಏನಾಗತ್ತೆ? Meiotic division ಆಗತ್ತೆ ಮತ್ತೆ. Again, it is forming the unequal cells, one polar body, and ovum is released from the secondary oocyte. Okay. So just look at the ploidy. Here, this primary oocyte is diploid in number, that is contain the 46 chromosomes, and secondary oocyte is haploid and ovum is also haploid. Okay. Then if you understood this concept, then I will continue. So next ನಾನು continue ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ. Okay. Here in the fetal life, these oogonial cells, they will form and they will develop into primary oocyte, and this primary oocyte, that is started the meiosis, but it is arrested in the prophase stage of the meiosis. Nodi, fetal state ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇರಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, that is forming the oogonial cells and that develop into primary oocyte. Primary oocyte begins the what? Meiotic division. But this meiotic division is arrested in the prophase 1 stage. Remember, prophase 1 stage. The meiotic division is arrested in the primary oocyte, that is at the prophase 1 stage. How many days it is arrested? From the birth to the puberty. So birth in the puberty ತನಕ ಏನಾಗಿರುತ್ತೆ, ಈ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರೋಪೇಸ್ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಿಯೋಟಿಕ್ ಡಿವಿಷನ್ ಅರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಆಫ್ಟರ್ ದಿ ಪ್ಯೂಬರ್ಟಿ, by the hormones, it is influenced by the hormones, and then it start to completion of the production of the ovum. Okay. So ಏನಾಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ, ಯಾವಾಗ ಪ್ಯೂಬರ್ಟಿ ಪ್ಯೂಬರ್ಟಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರೌಢಾವಸ್ಥೆಗೆ ಬರುತ್ತೋ ಆಗ ಮಿಯೋಟಿಕ್ ಡಿವಿಷನ್ ಕಂಪ್ಲೀಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಓಮ್ ರಿಲೀಸ್ ಆಗತ್ತೆ. ಫ್ರಮ್ ದಿ ಬರ್ತ್ ಟು ದ ಪ್ಯೂಬರ್ಟಿ there is no development of the oocyte, or there is no cell division, nothing. So it occurs in the fetal life and after the puberty. Okay. So uh, this is the actual oogenesis, how it occurs. Here in the meiosis division, meiosis first, one polar body is produced, one polar body production ಆಗತ್ತೆ because of the unequal division of the cell. So ಇಲ್ಲೇನಾಗತ್ತೆ, only nucleus is transferred and secondary oocyte is formed. So secondary oocyte that completes the second meiotic division, that is also same, one polar body is produced. Okay. So like this oogenesis process occurs, and this is very important. Schematic representation is also important for your 5 marks question. Okay. I hope this concept is clear. ಈ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಅನ್ಕೊಳ್ತೇನೆ. ಇಸ್ ದಟ್ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್? ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಆಗಿದೆಯಾ? Yes, if you have any doubt, just write down in the comment box. There is no oogonias formed after the birth. Yes, there is no oogonias formed after the birth. Before the birth only, that increase the number. oogonia ಅದರ ನಂಬರ್ಸ್ ಯಾವಾಗ ಇನ್ಕ್ರೀಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಬರ್ತ್ ಆಗೋಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಂಚೆನೆ ಏನಾಗಿರುತ್ತೆ, ಓವರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ oogoನಿಯಲ್ ನಂಬರ್ಸ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಅರೌಂಡ್ ಇಷ್ಟು 1 million 2 million ಇಷ್ಟು ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಓಕೆ. Yes, so primary oocyte is formed in the fetal stage only. So after the birth, there is no formation of the any other stages. Okay. After the birth, so up to the puberty, there is no development of the primary oocyte. Yes. So next important topic, that is the menstrual cycle. So what is this menstrual cycle? So here it is a reproductive cycle of the female primates. Okay. Female primate means in apes, in human beings, you can observe the menstrual cycle. You cannot observe the menstrual cycle in all organisms. Mainly you can observe in the primate. Primates ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತ್ರ ನೋಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಲ್ವಾ? Then The first menstruation begins at the puberty. So that is called as a menarche. And after the 48-50 years, the menstruation cycle stop. That is called as a menopause. Menarche and menopause, very important. And in human, this cycle that is repeated after the interval of 28 to 29 days. Okay, so that is called as a menstrual cycle anta karitare. So the cycle events that changes, the events that occurs in the menstrual cycle, so that we are studying in this topic. And in the menstrual cycle, one ovum is released during the middle of each menstrual cycle. So one ovum ಏನಾಗತ್ತೆ release ಆಗತ್ತೆ middle of this cycle. Okay. Here, this diagrammatic representation that shows the how the different phases of the menstrual cycle. Here, in the menstrual cycle, you can mainly observe the four phases. I can say four phases. Okay, menstruation phase, follicular phase, luteal phase. This diagram is also very important for your competitive as well as board exam. Okay, so here uterine events are given here, means what happens in the uterus during the menstruation phase, follicular phase, luteal phase, and the next cycle. Okay, and ovarian hormone levels. Ovary that also releases the hormone that is called as a estrogen and progesterone in the different stages. Here, estrogen and progesterone, they are the ovarian hormones. So what is the range of that estrogen, what is the level of that estrogen and progesterone, that shows here. And ovarian events, how the follicles are developing in the ovary, that is showing in this diagram. And pituitary hormone levels, FSH and LH, so that is given here. Okay, so let us start with the three phases. Yes, I will start the question discussion after completing this topic. Okay, menstrual cycle discussion ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ questions ಅನ್ನ discussion ಮಾಡೋಣ. Okay, here menstrual phase, first phase ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗತ್ತೆ ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ? Just you can observe the diagram. In the menstrual phase, what happens? The menstrual flow occurs and it lasts for 3 to 5 days. 3 to 5 days ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ? Menstrual flow ಆಗತ್ತೆ. How it occurs? It is because of the breakdown of the endometrial lining. Endometrium, myometrium, perimetrium. Endometrium lining is breaks down. So of the uterus and its blood vessels which forms the liquid that comes out through the vagina. That blood that comes out through the vagina. Okay, menstruation only occurs if the released ovum is not fertilized. If the ovum is fertilized, there may be a chance of pregnancy. Pregnancy time ಅಲ್ಲಿ menstruation cycle ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. Okay, because the ಯುಟರಸ್ ಎಂಡೋಮೆಟ್ರಿಯಂ ಲೇಯರ್ ಬ್ರೇಕ್ ಆದಾಗ ಮಾತ್ರ ಏನಾಗತ್ತೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮೆನಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ಆಗತ್ತೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ. ಬಟ್ ಡ್ಯೂರಿಂಗ್ ದ ಪ್ರೆಗ್ನೆನ್ಸಿ ದರ್ ಇಸ್ ನೋ ಬ್ರೇಕ್ ಡೌನ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಎಂಡೋಮೆಟ್ರಿಯಲ್ ಲೇಯರ್, ಸೊ ಮೆನಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಷನ್ phase is absent. Okay, next phase is follicular phase. Follicular phase ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗತ್ತೆ? During this phase, primary follicles, you know what is primary follicles? These primary follicles in the ovary grow and become fully matured graphian follicles ಆಗತ್ತೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ. ಪ್ರೈಮರಿ ಫಾಲಿಕಲ್ಸ್ ಇರೋದೇನಾಗತ್ತೆ? ಗ್ರಾಫಿಯನ್ ಫಾಲಿಕಲ್ಸ್ ಆಗತ್ತೆ. ಅಂಡ್ ದ ಚೇಂಜಸ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಓವರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗತ್ತೆ? ಹಾರ್ಮೋನ್ ಸೀಕ್ರೀಟ್ ಆಗತ್ತೆ. ಈಸ್ಟ್ರೋಜನ್ ಹಾರ್ಮೋನ್ ಸೀಕ್ರೀಟ್ ಆಗತ್ತೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ. ದ ಈಸ್ಟ್ರೋಜನ್ ಹಾರ್ಮೋನ್ ಸೀಕ್ರೀಟೆಡ್ ಬೈ ದಿ ಫಾಲಿಕಲ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಓವರಿ, ವೆರಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. So that stimulate the pituitary hormone. The changes in the uterus and the changes in the ovary that stimulate the pituitary hormones. Okay, and these pituitary hormones, they release the LH and FSH. So here the pituitary hormones that are LH and FSH, luteinizing hormone and the follicle stimulating hormone. So ಈ ಎರಡು ಹಾರ್ಮೋನ್ಸ್ ರಿಲೀಸ್ ಆಗತ್ತೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ. So these are called as gonadotropins. Increases gradually during the follicular phase. Follicular phase ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗತ್ತೆ, increase ಆಗತ್ತೆ. Then it stimulates the follicular development as well as secretion of estrogens by the growing follicles. Estrogen is secreted by the growing follicles. Then ovulatory phase, when the both FSH and LH attain a peak. ಯಾವಾಗ LH ಮತ್ತೆ FSH secretion ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗತ್ತೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ, attain in the peak in the mid of the cycle about 14th day. 14th day ಗೆ ಏನಾಗತ್ತೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ there is an increase in the level of the FSH and the LH. You can observe that in the diagram. See here. ನೋಡಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ 14th ಡೇಗೆ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ, LH ಮತ್ತೆ LH ಮೇನ್ಲಿ LH ಏನಾಗಿದೆ, ಇನ್ಕ್ರೀಸ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ. ಸೊ ದಟ್ ಕಾಸಸ್ ದ ರಿಲೀಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಓವಮ್, ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಕಾಲ್ಡ್ ಎಸ್ ಎ ಓವ್ಯುಲೇಟರಿ ಫೇಸ್ ಅಂತ. ಓವಮ್ ರಿಲೀಸ್ ಯಾವಾಗ ಆಗತ್ತೆ, 14th ಡೇ ಆಗತ್ತೆ. 14th ಡೇಗೆ ಓವಮ್ ರಿಲೀಸ್ ಆಗತ್ತೆ. That is called as a ovulatory phase. So when this ovum is released, rapid secretion of the LH leading to its maximum level during the mid of the cycle called LH surge. What is LH surge anta karitare? LH surge andre ಏನು, rapid secretion of the luteinizing hormone. So that leads to the, that is when it occurs in the mid of the cycle, that induces the rupture of the Graafian follicle and release of the ovum. Graafian follicle rupture agi ovum release agatte. That is called as a ovulatory phase. When the ovulation occur commonly in the 28-day cycle, when it occurs in the 14th day, 14th day ಗೆ ಏನಾಗತ್ತೆ, ovum release ಆಗತ್ತೆ. ಯಾವಾಗ ರಿಲೀಸ್ ಆಗತ್ತೆ, when the LH surge occurs. So LH level, luteinizing hormone level ಯಾವಾಗ ಪೀಕ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಇರತ್ತೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ, ಆಗ ಓವ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ ಆಗತ್ತೆ. ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್, ಓವ್ಯುಲೇಷನ್ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಏನಾಗತ್ತೆ, ಲ್ಯೂಟಿಯಲ್ ಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಕಾಲ್ಡ್. The ovulation is followed by the ovulatory phase is followed by the luteal phase, and the remaining part of the Graafian follicle transfer into corpus luteum. What is corpus luteum? That is the remaining parts of the Graafian follicle. Graafian follicle ಇರುವಂತ ಏನಾಗಿದೆ, ಓವಮ್ ರಿಲೀಸ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ, the remaining part of that is called as a corpus luteum. And this corpus luteum that releases the hormone progesterone. Very important, progesterone is released by here. Which hormone? Progesterone is released by which part? That is by the corpus luteum of the ovary. And estrogen is released by the growing follicles in the release ಆಗತ್ತೆ. And this endometrium is necessary for the implantation of the fertilized ovum and fertilized zygote and other events of the pregnancy. Progesterone ಅನ್ನ pregnancy hormone ಅಂತಾನು ಕರೀತಾರೆ. Progesterone, that is also called as a pregnancy hormone because this progesterone that helps for the maintenance of the endometrium and necessary for the implantation. ಆ zygote ಏನಾಗಿದೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ, ಅದು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಯುಟ್ರಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅಟ್ಯಾಚ್ ಆಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ. And it helps for the maintaining the pregnancy. During the pregnancy, all events of the menstrual cycle stop and there is no menstruation. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ಡ್ಯೂರಿಂಗ್ ದ ಪ್ರೆಗ್ನೆನ್ಸಿ ಮೆನಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ಸೈಕಲ್ ಆಗೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ವೈ? ಬಿಕಾಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಇಂಪ್ಲಾಂಟೇಶನ್. ಏನಾಗಿದೆ, ಯುಟ್ರಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ implantation ಆಗಿದೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ, and for that implantation and for maintaining of the pregnancy, progesterone hormone is helping. But what happens, there is no fusion of the male and female gamete. So there is a disintegration of the that corpus luteum and again the endometrium leading to the menstruation. ಅಕಸ್ಮಾತ್ ಆಗಿ ಕಾರ್ಪಸ್ ಲ್ಯೂಟಿಯಂ ಏನಾಗ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ, ಪ್ರೊಜೆಸ್ಟಿರಾನ್ ಹಾರ್ಮೋನ್ ಅನ್ನ ಸೀಕ್ರೆಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಪ್ರೊಜೆಸ್ಟಿರಾನ್ ಯಾವಾಗ ಸೀಕ್ರೆಟ್ ಆಗತ್ತೆ, when there is a what, when there is a fertilized zygote is there. ಸೊ ದಟ್ ಶುಡ್ ಬಿ ಇಂಪ್ಲಾಂಟೆಡ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಯೂಟ್ರಸ್. ಆ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಪ್ರೊಜೆಸ್ಟಿರಾನ್ ಹೆಲ್ಪ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ. ಬಟ್ ಇಫ್ ದರ್ ಇಸ್ ನೋ ಫ್ಯೂಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಮೇಲ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಫೀಮೇಲ್ ಗ್ಯಾಮೆಟ್ಸ್, ದಟ್ degenerate, that corpus luteum degenerates. Okay, so again the new cycle begins. So like this the menstruation cycle occurs in the female body. ನೋಡಿ ಯಾವ ತರ menstruation cycle ಆಗತ್ತೆ ಅಂತ. ಈಗ ಇನ್ನೊಮ್ಮೆ ಡಯಾಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಅನ್ನ ನೋಡಿ. Here endometrium layer, it break down, so that is called as a menses. 3 to 5 days ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ. So during that what happens after the 5 days, the growing follicles ಏನ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ, that induces that releases the estrogen hormone. So ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಓವರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮತ್ತೆ ಯೂಟ್ರಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗಿರುವಂತ ಚೇಂಜಸ್ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡುತ್ತೆ, that stimulate the pituitary hormones, and when the LH hormone is at the peak level, there is a release of the ovum. Here you can observe ovulation alva. The remaining part of after ovulation is called as a corpus luteum. ಸೊ ಇದಷ್ಟನ್ನ ನೀವು ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಅಂಡ್ ವೆರಿ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್, ಹಾರ್ಮೋನ್ಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ಹಾರ್ಮೋನ್ ಲೆವೆಲ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ ದ ಡಿಫ್ರೆಂಟ್ ಸ್ಟೇಜಸ್. ಓಕೆ, ಸೊ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲೈನ್ ದ ಡಿಫ್ರೆಂಟ್ ಫೇಸಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಮೆನ್ಸ್ಟ್ರುಯೇಷನ್ ಸೈಕಲ್ ಅಂತಾನು ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ. ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲೈನ್ ದ ಡಿಫ್ರೆಂಟ್ ಫೇಸಸ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಮೆನ್ಸ್ಟ್ರುಯಲ್ ಸೈಕಲ್ ಅಂತ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಬಿ ಪ್ರಿಪೇರ್ ಫಾರ್ ದಟ್. ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್, ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಕ್ವಶನ್, during the ovulation, see the answers. Entire Graafian follicle is released. Only secondary oocyte is released. Secondary oocyte along with zona pellucida is released. Secondary oocyte along with the zona pellucida and corona radiata is released. Yes, see the option. Write down the answer in the comment box. During the ovulation, there is no entire Graafian follicle is released, right? From the Graafian follicle ruptures and release the secondary oocyte. Only secondary oocyte is released. Yes, secondary oocyte is released, that is also correct. But see the next option. Secondary oocyte along with the zona pellucida. So this is the secondary oocyte, sorry, ovum, and so there is a two layer of cells that is called as a zona pellucida and corona radiata, which is present around the ovum. Ovum ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಏನಾಗಿರುತ್ತೆ, ಎರಡು ಲೇಯರ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಅದನ್ನ zona pellucida ಮತ್ತೆ corona radiata ಅಂತ ಕರೀತಾರೆ. So option D is the correct answer. See the second question. Ovulation usually occurs on which day in a 28-day menstruation cycle? Yes, 12th day, 13th day, 14th day, 15th day. What is the correct answer? What is the correct answer for this question? Yes, C is the correct answer. That is on 14th day. So mid of the cycle. ಈಗ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಕ್ವಶನ್ ಕೇಳ್ಬಹುದು. In the 30-day cycle, 30-day cycle ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವಾಗ ಓಮ್ ರಿಲೀಸ್ ಆಗತ್ತೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ? ಆಲ್ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ 15th day. Because in the mid of the cycle ಅಂತ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಆ ತರನು ಕೇಳಬಹುದು. Next question. The layer of uterine lining that is partially shed during the each monthly cycle is. Which layer of the uterus is shed during the menstrual cycle? Perimetrium, myometrium, endometrium, none of these. Yes, what is the correct answer? Write down the correct answer. Yes, that is endometrium. Option C. Yes, third option C, endometrium layer. Fourth question. Absence of menstruation is known as. What it is called? Menarche, amenorrhea, atresia, menopause. Menarche means that is a The first menstrual cycle, alva. And what is menopause? What is menopause? That is the absence of the menstruation. That is called as a menopause. Okay, option D is the correct answer. Yes. Fifth question. The process in which embryo gets attached to the endometrium of the uterus is known as. So, embryo, ಇದನ್ನ ನಾನು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಕ್ಲಾಸಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ, ಎಂಬ್ರಿಯೋ ಝೈಗೋಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಎಂಬ್ರಿಯೋ ಆಗಿ ಡೆವಲಪ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಎಂಬ್ರಿಯೋ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಯೂಟ್ರಸ್ಗೆ, ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಇಮ್ಯಾಜಿನ್ ದಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ದ ಯೂಟ್ರಸ್. ಸೊ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಎಂಬ್ರಿಯೋ ಇದೆ, ಈ ಎಂಬ್ರಿಯೋ ಯೂಟ್ರಸ್ಗೆ ಅಟ್ಯಾಚ್ ಆಗೋದನ್ನ ಏನಂತ ಕರೀತಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಅಲ್ವಾ. ಸೊ ವಾಟ್ ಇಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಕಾಲ್ಡ್? ಇಂಪ್ಲಾಂಟೇಶನ್, ಪ್ರೆಗ್ನೆನ್ಸಿ, ಪ್ಲೆಸೆಂಟೇಶನ್, ನನ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿಸ್. What it is called? It is called as a implantation. It is not called as a pregnancy. Placentation, that we are studying next topic, in the next topic. Okay, so correct answer is the implantation. Sixth one, in human females, egg is released from ovary as primary oocyte, secondary oocyte, ovum, oogonium. How it is released from the ovary? The egg is released in which form? Primary oocyte, secondary oocyte, ovum, or oogonium? What is the correct answer for the sixth question? Yes, option C, ovum is the correct answer. Yes, for the first question. Yes, absence of the menstruation after the age 50, or you can call it not absence of the menstruation, you can call it as a pausing of the menstrual cycle. So that is called as a menopause. Okay. So somebody asked the question. Next question. The corpus luteum. The corpus luteum degenerates if fertilization occurs, develops in the pre-ovulatory phase, is maintained by the prostaglandins, serves as temporary endocrine gland. Okay, corpus luteum, that is the remaining of the that Graafian follicle. So that degenerates if the fertilization occurs. If the fertilization occur, that will not degenerate. If the fertilization do not occur, then only it degenerates. So first option is wrong. Develops in the pre-ovulatory phase. It is not developed in the pre-ovulatory phase. It is developed after the release of the ovum, alva. So ovum release ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ corpus luteum generate ಆಗತ್ತೆ ಅಲ್ವಾ. So option B is also correct. Wrong answer. It is maintained by prostaglandins. No, it is not maintained by the prostaglandins. So it is, it serves as temporary endocrine gland. Yes, it serves as a temporary endocrine gland because it releases the hormone called progesterone. Temporarily, it is releasing the hormone. During the pregnancy only, it releases the progesterone hormone. So it is called as a temporary endocrine gland. Eighth question. Surge in which hormone brings about the ovulation? So which hormone that brings the ovulation? The peak level of which hormone that brings the ovulation? That is the LH, FSH, estrogen, progesterone. That is luteinizing hormone. Option A is the correct answer. Next one. One primary oocyte produces dash female gamete. Write down the answer in the comment box. One primary oocyte produces how many female gametes? You know that one spermatogonial cell or one spermatocyte, primary spermatocyte, that produces the 4 cells. 4 sperms. But how many female gametes are produced from the one primary oocyte? Ninth one, is that 4? Many are writing the answer 4. No, not 4. Yes, only one ovum is released. That is option D is the correct answer. Only one ovum is released because it is producing the polar bodies ಅಲ್ವಾ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಿಯೋಸಿಸ್ ಆದ್ರೂ ಕೂಡ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ polar bodies production ಆಗತ್ತೆ. So only one ovum is produced. 10th one, the division in the secondary oocytes arrested at the dash stage. The primary oocyte that begins the meiosis 1, but in the meiosis stage, in the which stage of the meiosis it is arrested? Prophase of the meiosis 1, metaphase of the meiosis 1, prophase of the meiosis 2, metaphase of the meiosis 2. Very important question. The division in the secondary oocytes arrest at the prophase of the meiosis 1. Okay, very important. Prophase of the meiosis 1. Okay, yes. So if you have any doubts, you can write down in the comment box. So I will clear that if it is possible in the next class. ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಏನಾದರೂ ಡೌಟ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ರೆ ಕ್ವಶನ್ಸ್ ಇದ್ರೆ ಕಮೆಂಟ್ ಬಾಕ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ದಿಡಿ. ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನ ಚೆಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನಾಳೆ ಕ್ಲಾಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸಾಲ್ವ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಟ್ರೈ ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ. And I hope this class is useful for you people. If you have any doubts or any questions or any complaints, you can write down in the chat box. So we'll clear in the next class. Okay. Thank you. We'll meet in the next class.